Hello, hello, good morning. Hey, Enjoy. Welcome in. Right back to it. I looked it up a bit, but apparently the survival mode is mostly for getting items or something. I don't really get it. But we'll just keep on going until we lose. Discard all acquired gear. Yep, okay. So let's just keep on going. Hey, just you and me for now? Hello, Alec. Welcome in. How are you? Back to 1.0 model? Well, yeah, I usually switch back and forth. So I used the 3D model on Saturday. I'll do it like that for a while. Maybe I'll cycle through. This guy has a machine gun. Can I just hit him from where I am? No, I gotta move back a little bit, actually. Engine Sentai Goanger. Gunjer. Blast off his left hand if you can. Got his right arm. Darn. I was hoping that would blast his arm off before he could counter. No such luck. So far, Gavin has been pretty good from what I've seen. I've mostly been watching clips because I want to wait for like 3 or 5 episodes to come out before really sitting down for it. But generally, some people don't like the robot design, but I think it's fine. I get it's not like a Sentai robot at all, but I don't think it's a bad design by any means. I don't have to move up quite that much. Actually, I could just stay here where I'm at right now. Which design are we talking about? The robot from Gavin. The new... from Gavin Infinity. They have a... the gun turns into a mech. Which I don't get. That's actually a complaint I would actually have, like in Gojuger. In the show, the gun actually doesn't turn into the mech. The gun and the mech are separate. They just happen to look like each other. And I get that that's a gimmick for selling the toy, but it just feels unnecessary at that point. And good morning, Windbreaker. There are people out there who are purists, and that's fine. I mean, purists for what? There's almost... At least for all the Space Sheriff stuff, there's not really mechs. I guess Jan Person did kind of have a mech. I forget what that fucking thing looks like, though. But there aren't really mechs in Metal Heroes to be purist about. I suppose You know, if you were a purist, you'd want it to be like a dragon. And that'd actually be kind of fair. I do think Gavin's dragon thing is cool. Killed that guy. I'm still not really impressed with Zets. Kamen Rider Zets. Generally, I don't know. It just feels like Takahashi isn't. It's like definitively not as good as Geats, which is really disappointing coming from Takahashi. I'm always mixed on his seasons, but the one good thing I would always say about him is that he, like, gets better with every season. The more he writes, the better he seems to get at it. And this is the first time I wouldn't really say that. How you doing, Sentai? How's Gavin Infinity? I think it's pretty good. I've mostly been watching clips from Gavin Infinity because I want to wait for, like, a couple of episodes to come out. And I'll watch through the whole thing. But it looks good. Generally like what I'm seeing from Gavin Infinity. I'm kind of... I don't even dislike Kamen Rider Zets necessarily, it's just kind of mid. It's a little disappointing, frankly. Can I fall back enough to hit this guy with a missile again? If I go to, like, here. Nope, that's a little too far. Okay, yeah, I can, actually. Bit too aura farming, but not a good one, like 0-1. I feel sort of annoyed. I get that because it's like a spy thing, we're not really supposed to know the full details about what's going on, but I'm not even clear, like, what the character motivations are. You know, Baku himself doesn't really know what's going on. Like, the main character of the show isn't clear on who anybody is or what they're doing. I guess in the last episode we received some info on Code, but I'm not really satisfied. And it's like... I feel like Nox is supposed to be the secondary protagonist, but he refuses to elaborate on, like, what he's doing or why. It's not gonna be like Ghost, because the OG idea sounded better. I mean, I kind of like the... It's just like... I get that it's supposed to be sort of unclear what's going on, because it's like a spy, thriller, mystery kind of thing. But at the same time, we're what, like 23 episodes in? So... That's like over like 7 hours of content, and we don't know what's going on in the show. It's like, you gotta give me something. Imagine they were doing like a series of, like, I don't know, James Bond movies, and you watched like 5 movies and you still weren't clear on like what the plot was. It's like, come on. Yeah, I'll take everything. That is basically a whole season? Well, it's half a season. Well, you have to think about it, like, every episode is like 23 minutes long, so 3 episodes is about an hour, right? So, it seems different with TV, but eventually it piles up. Kamen Rider W? See, the thing about W is it didn't really matter what was going on. Like, every now and then they'd show the museum, and they'd say a bunch of cryptic bullshit, but that wasn't really important. That didn't become important until, like, the last couple of episodes. So you didn't really have to know. That was similar, and that was, like, a secret plot, but, like... It was sort of unrelated to the main stuff going on. In Zets, like, all of the main characters are involved with Code, and you just don't really understand what it's about. you know, Lord 5 and 6 showed up and got killed, and I just don't even know who they were. It's like, it's hard to even connect with that. Defense and movement are down? That's not really worth it at all. I was hoping for a better pair of legs, but that's kind of worse, actually. Lower rank Frost Arm. Well, gave him a hello. But yeah, I don't know. It's like... I wish just like... Either Zero has to come back or Nox has to literally just stop and give an exposition dump and explain like what the fuck is going on. What is Code? What is it really trying to do? What is Nox trying to do by fighting them? I also don't like Baku as a character. I mean, maybe Takahashi himself feels the same way, since they're sort of abandoning him as a character. Minus attack. But like, the thing I don't like about... Another thing I don't like about Zets is like, Baku in the real world and those two detectives are just plot devices. Like, they're not even really characters. They have very little characterization, and their only role in the story is to like walk Baku around in the real world so he can get information about the dreams. But they're very, I don't know. they exist for a purpose and that's it. And it's just sort of like strike your links I don't need. I know that at some point it like maxes out a floor, but I'm not sure which one it actually is. Maybe it's 10. But it's like Baku almost doesn't exist as a character. Agent 7 is more the character, and Baku is just sort of a device for him to move around in the real world. Like, he serves a purpose more than he has a role in the events of the story. I don't think I can move far back enough to... Well, I don't really need to, actually, because this guy has a shotgun, so I can just move to here and shoot with my machine gun. A normal, like, season would generally be 26 episodes? What, of, like, an anime? Normal for Kamen Rider is, like, 50. 42 to 50. I forget how long Decade was, but that was a shorter production on purpose. But the standard for tokusatsu stuff is that it runs for about 1 year. So about 50 episodes. You need to punch him. Oh, he only has a shield left. I was wondering why he didn't shoot earlier. I guess I did get his shotgun arm. Yeah, I guess for like an anime or something, that's pretty normal. And it's like, I get the bit, but it's like, I would even be satisfied if we knew what was going on and Baku didn't. Like, if there was a dramatic irony of like that we knew more about the events than the characters in the story, that I could be satisfied with. But it's just, it's a little annoying. What are these, like, zones of area? I don't... Is this some mechanic from, like, later in the game? I don't know what this marked out area is. Speaking in general terms, not Toku... Yeah, I guess so. Well, I mean, the standard for anime at this point is, like, it's, like, actually... It's more like 13 episodes a season. So it's like 2 seasons of a show. Launcher skills up. Let me actually close in on this guy. He won't be able to fight at close range. But yeah, the fights are pretty cool. That's something Takahashi's always pretty good about. The gimmicks are fine. I'm still not really especially sold on what Zets looks like. The suits look cool enough, I just don't like the aesthetic, I guess. I didn't like the aesthetic from the jump, and I'm still not really... I haven't changed my mind. And it's like, I don't even necessarily like... It's not like I couldn't like something like that. It's... Like, 01 kind of looked like that. He had the like, techie, futuristic sort of thing. I just think that looked better. Focus left. That's alright. Yeah. I don't know. I'm gonna keep watching, so it still has a chance to win me over. The thing about it is, at this point, the show really makes or breaks itself on the reveal of, like, the plot. Like, when Nox or Zero finally does explain, like, what's going on, and the particulars of, like, how they're, like, like, what exactly is going on, it really will define if the show is good or not. I don't know when that's exactly gonna happen. It's also weird, I'm confused about how they're gonna do the upgrades, because they did the thing with Catastrophe, and I won't spoil the details on that, but as a point of comparison, there's a power-up... Part of Zatz's power set works like Amon from Devilman, if you're familiar with that, which feels like it should be more important. But because it's Kamen Rider, I know we're gonna move on to other stuff. It's like, it can't be that important for that long. Camouflage pattern, number 65. You can get cosmetics in this? This is a really weird addition to the game. The story is always make or break in any scripted TV show. Well, I mean, what I mean about Zets is that it's like, it's all coming to one specific linchpin. Any other show could, you know, it has arcs, it could lose you at any point. It could win over or lose you at a certain point, but like, Zets is building up to something which really has to carry the whole show. It all comes down to like one thing. It says this will hit. Okay, it just passes through that. I was worried that that structure would block it, but I guess not. Ow. Ow. Raptor. Oh, I didn't shoot twice. I guess he shot twice just in quick succession. And taking a lot of damage to my body. Can I use that item I picked up earlier? Otherwise I should have some on me anyway. No, I can't use that one. I'll have to use one of these. Can I, like, get rid of items? No, it won't let me. Focus left. I heard some rumors about the new Ultraman. I'm kind of curious. Where they're thinking of going with all that. It'll still be like a year until we see him. Because Ultraman has shorter seasons, but they still do it yearly, so we'll find out about the guy probably late in spring, and then we won't see him until around like autumn. I'm really impressed that Super Aya has managed to resist bringing in all the legacy shit. I guess they kind of did it with the, they still had a lot of legacy stuff with, like, the new generation stars thing, but that's so removed from everything else it doesn't matter. I'm still a little annoyed with how they do that. It really doesn't matter, but, like, it feels like you're being sort of punished if you're paying too much attention. Because the program is put together for people who are, like, not watching the show. So, like, in New Generation Stars, like, the last 2 episodes were full episodes of, like, of Omega and Arc, with a little bit of character interaction between, like, other Ultras. And it's like, so if I actually, you know, watched this episode when it came out, like, what am I getting out of this? Left. Like, I actually remember this episode of Omega, and I remember this episode of Arc. Wow, that was clean. Blue blasted both of his arms off in one go. Okay, I'm out of missiles, though. I have to do this the old-fashioned way. How many Lancers are even left that can fight here? Just the one? Yeah, just the one guy. Okay, we should be fine then. Let me finish this guy off. Late summer at the earliest. Yeah, usually it, like, starts around, like, late summer, fall. They'll start announcing stuff about the show and the toys sooner than that. Wait, what kind of guy actually is a machine gun? Is that Salt? Okay. I can't really get... how close do I have to be to shoot him? Because I don't want to use up too much HP. Move up a little bit. I took that skill, but it never really came in handy. I guess it's better that I'm not getting surrounded, though. Oh, they announced some weird new Toei Tokusatsu fan club project. I don't even know what that's about. Glorpshido moment. Some guy. What was his name even? It was like... Forticus? I I have no idea what they're talking about. But maybe that'll be good. Who knows? You never know with Toei Tokusatsu Fan Club. They put out a lot of slop, which I hate. But every now and then they make something good. Alright, now let's just clean up this guy, and then there's one other guy I left alive. The Digimon anime is really good. I really like Beat Break. Take this, take that. Yeah, I guess might as well take this because I used one. You've played the highest stage available. Select items to acquire and exit survival simulator. Oh, so that's how this works. I have 5 points. Hiroshima 55. SD. Remove shield limit. Is there like anything good though? Is there anything actually worth getting? So this is for getting items? That's interesting. They're like the Western AAA industry, as that they've been putting out almost nothing but slap with the rare good game these days. Yeah, I guess. It's hard to even describe with Toei Tokusatsu Fan Club. It's like, how would I even say it? They don't really... It's made of people who like the thing too much. So they're in charge of stuff like Outsiders, which is just awful. It's like... I don't want to shit on them too hard because it's always a passion project with them, but it's like a lot of the stuff they make is just not good. And it's like I shudder to think about who this is even being made for. I guess I'll take this. I'll take this. I'll take this one. Take the 500. Armor-coated legs. 0 RP gain. So you could get items and RP from that. It seems very involved for just that. Anyway, just put me in the regular simulator. That was a huge detour. I spent like an hour on that last stream. AAA games industry. What AAA games have I even played recently? I'd have to think about that. I don't even know. Any of the like games I get on Switch AAA? I feel like I only play indie games and stuff anyway now. I never really played a lot of big releases. I was a Nintendo kid, and I got a PlayStation and stuff later. Yeah, Startup Battle Simulator. I originally wanted to do this because we got a new pilot, right? Oh wait, I already did this one. I'm just confused. Well, I'm here anyway. Can I get like the pilot info? Alright, hold on, wait. So, put him there. Her there. Randy here. Damon, Jamie, and Jim. So what's the state of them all now? Striker Assault. Launcher. Is anyone close to leveling up, I guess is the question. Not really. Gunner. Jammer, assault. Mechanic, assault. He's pretty close to leveling up assault, so I'll have him fight. Unless somebody really needs healing. Try to blast this guy's arms off first. Or just kill him, that's fine. The focus skills are a little unreliable. I feel like that changes with every game on how much they actually are willing to let you, like, pick a target. In the first game, they literally just let you select it. You eventually just got a skill that let you pick what you were hitting, and it basically always worked. In the second game, they removed those entirely. In the third game, I think it was similar to the way it works in 4, where it added it back but as a skill. And it was, like, sort of reliable. In this one, they kind of rolled it back a little bit, so they still have it as a skill, but it just doesn't even work most of the time. Let's follow along here. Walter. The opposite is true with Western AAA industry, as the developer teams are filled with activists who hate the players and have zero creativity. Well, no, you know, it's sort of the opposite problem. They don't care enough. I feel like too many people do their thing as like a job now, and they don't really care. You know what I mean? I was actually reading, what's it called? Masters of Doom recently, about the two guys who made Doom. The two Johns. And I think about that a lot in terms of, like, people who are in, like, the AAA games industry, how many of them do you think are really, like, playing games and are really excited about gaming? I feel like everybody's just out for a paycheck. Yeah, a lot of friendly fire. Turtles, hello. But yeah, it's definitely the opposite. It's definitely the opposite with Tokusatsu Fan Club. It feels like they, you know, they care a little too much. Oh wait, I probably should have picked focus up. Oops. Maybe it'll kill him anyway. Or, that's fine. Either way. Attack disable. Oh, that's how that works now. Attack the players constantly when they offer valid criticism. I mean, that's naturally you have to understand that, like, it's very sensitive for a company when the game first comes out that they sort of have to be attacking. Because, like, whether the criticism is valid or not, when you get criticism on, like, the release week of the game, you sort of have to be, like, openly hostile, because that could really affect sales numbers. So it's like, I doubt they're really that concerned about whether the criticism is accurate or not. I think they're just... That's like a pure self-interest thing. Even if they knew and accepted that the criticism was justified, it's like, well, you know, they're sort of in a situation. Because development cycles are long and demanding, and then they're make or break if the game sells or not. If the game doesn't sell when it like first comes out, it's pretty much over. You can understand they would respond with a little bit of open hostility. They're pressed. I didn't know you could use dodging like that. If she dodges, then I have more chance to hit because there's less friendly fire. That's interesting. I think the big problem with that kind of stuff is people gotta be willing to let go, I guess. You know, these industries really survive on selling stuff. So if you keep going back to buy it, they're just gonna keep making it. And even if you complain, as long as you buy it's really like how Pokemon is. Like, everybody constantly bitches and moans about the state of Pokemon games, but then they still buy them. So Nintendo and the Pokemon company just don't care at all. Because it's like, you know, you could say whatever you want, but as long as you show up and you buy the game, it doesn't matter to them. So it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter that much what you say about whatever newest release, as long as they make their sale. I can't imagine that they're really that bothered about what anybody thinks about whatever. The attacks from them usually involve name calling. I mean, it's just cheap. Like, it's this free real estate. You know, you're not gonna like... That also, it removes the validity from the criticism. Like, if you're just responding, like, with open hostility because you're trying to dissuade criticism, like, in order to sell the game, like, you're not gonna write a carefully worded response and take everything they said into consideration. You're just gonna latch out. It's like, you know, like, you know, you have to understand on some level, they're not really there to have an argument with you. They're there to sell a product. So when they attack you in defense of that product, they're not really that concerned about, like, what you think about it. It's like, well, you know, I think this game has these problems and they should consider, and then they respond, well, you're wrong and you're a bad person. Don't listen to him. You know what I mean? Just a conditioned response. Kind of not impressed with the... Flamethrowers are always mixed in usefulness in these games. In some games they're really good, in some games they're really bad. This is the way their games have been failing. You know, a lot of games are successful. That's why newer games have been failing. The games that don't need to worry about that are like Call of Duty, Pokemon, whatever. Like, the games that have to worry about complaints are the ones that are like a new IP. Because the newer IPs are like harder sells anyway. They're being too hostile from the jump. Maybe. It depends. Depends who they're being hostile to. And what the situation is. Oh, the attack down is that short? I guess jamming isn't as powerful in this game. It was a little overpowered in the last game. It reminds me of the way flashbangs were in the first one. But yeah, I don't really have... I don't know. I just don't really care about AAA games, to be honest. There's nothing really interesting coming out. What AAA? I'm still trying to think of like what AAA games I've even played at all recently. I don't even like FPS games. I'm not big on like multiplayer games. There's not really... They're not really selling nothing for me. What's left? Even like this, like if I play the remakes of these, which are technically by Square Enix, does that count as AAA? I don't think they got AAA budgets. I would be astounded if they actually did. I don't know off the top of my head. But Square Enix farmed that out to some third-party developer. So I doubt it got anything so involved. Okay, thermal. We'll punch him. You missed. Damn. I do appreciate that they still get XP even if they miss. That's also something they've gone back and forth on throughout the games. But yeah, I find indie games more interesting. I find there's more experimentation. I think the problem with that is just like advertising, market research, consumer psychology. I think that companies generally know like what is and isn't successful. So they put out things that will turn a profit. So you just don't see... Like, if you go back to, like, the N64, the GameCube, the PS2 era, PlayStation 1 and 2, you had a lot more just weird game projects that were, like, clearly passion projects. like, it was clearly something the developer wanted to do. And they had to sell the company and the producers on. And I feel like you just don't really get games like that anyway, because it would be... They don't know that it'll make money, so they would rather just release Call of Duty or whatever. Not that Call of Duty is, like, bad. It's just, like... You used to have, like, really experimental games coming out. It's a Megazord? Hello, Sunny Pen. Welcome in. Good morning. The developers in indies and AA generally are more friendly as well. Yeah, sure, I mean indie gamers. The indie developers are just gamers. They're just like anybody else, really. Hey, hi. Hello. How are you? I'm just playing some front mission. I think I'm wasting my time a little bit. Nobody's at close enough of a level that they're gonna get anything out of a simulator. When will my AA games have 5K skin textures? I really hate graphics. Graphics was a mistake. I feel like I don't care that graphics have advanced past, like, the PlayStation 2 era. I just don't really understand what the point is anymore. Like, modded Skyrim looks more real than real life, and it's like I just feel nothing about it. I'm going well, you? I'm doing pretty good. Just vibing. Like, who even really benefits from... What's the point? Truly. There we go, killed him. I feel like past a certain point, because you used to have very abstract graphics as a necessity, because there were just limits on what you could do graphically. And so pixels used to be very abstract. It was very much you sort of had to fill in the blanks with your imagination. And then eventually we got to the point where graphics could somewhat accurately represent what they were trying to depict. And past that, I just don't think there was any point at all. Hi. Naomi, hello. Game was here earlier too. Let me do some shoutouts. Yeah. Luigi. But yeah, I've never thought... I've always thought that, like, realism was totally unnecessary, because, like, I live in the real world, it's fine. If I wanted to see realistic textures, I'd just fucking go outside. I don't especially need that from video games. I'd prefer that they looked like video games. I've been thinking about that a lot, too, with playing, like, Xenogears. That game just looks so much better than other games, and it's just because it's like... It's all about execution. Like, it's art direction, it's intentions, cinematography, shot direction, colors, the way they blend 2D with 3D. Like, there's so much sincerity and intention behind that game's graphics that it doesn't matter that it's a PS1 game. Like, I keep saying this and I don't even mean it to put it down. That game, like, objectively, in an absolute sense, looks worse than newer games because there were just hard limits on what it could look like when it came out. But in a subjective way, and in a very real way, it looks a lot better, too. It's a better realized game despite its limitations. AAA has been chasing trends more. Well, I mean, they're just trying to make money. They don't care. A compelling product, compelling for who? That's what I mean about they don't really, you know, they're not really engaging with the argument. They don't really care, honestly. They just want you to buy product and get excited for next product, you know? It doesn't especially matter to them if they're like... Companies don't put a premium on, like, goodwill and trust and reputation. Everything's very short-term. They're worried about the fiscal year and quarters. Not anymore. Well, companies used to have to care more about that because they didn't know. They, like, back in the day, they could be convinced that it mattered. And, like, in recent decades, they've kind of learned that it doesn't. That you don't actually have to. What is the yellow thing? Oh, is it the sensor? Can I not see the sensor range? Where's, did I already move? Yeah, I already moved them there. They just want us to be blind consumers and nothing more? Well, you know. So that's what pays the bills. They make, we consume, that's how they like it. Gamers are protest hard enough. Well, it's like at some point, even like bad PR isn't necessarily like a, you know, all PR, all news is good news. What's the expression? But it's like when people, even if people are complaining about your game, if they're talking about it, there's still value in that. That's not necessarily like the worst thing for you. It's like if somebody buys a game and then they all publicity is good publicity. Yeah, that's the one. But it's like if somebody buys a game and then they complain about it, that's not necessarily bad for the people who make it, you know? Fortunately though, games are starting to fail. Yeah, there's been on occasion. What I do appreciate is that like the media has no impact. Because you'll see, like, games journalists and stuff push for games, and, you know, whether you think that's, like, a deal under the table or activism or, like, whatever it is, they just have no impact on the outcome at all. Like, you'll see a lot of the times gaming publications and even, like, real, like, mainstream media stuff will push for or against the game, and games will succeed or fail regardless. Like, it has almost no bearing at all on the outcome, and I like that. I like that they can't really have an impact on that. I prefer they have nothing to do with it. I prefer they stayed out of it, but I'll take as a I'll take on the other end that they just can't really do anything about it. I do wonder where the gaming industry is going to be in terms of, like... I kind of expect the economy to be in a rough state in the coming years. Something does, a lot of things don't change. We're on a sort of a difficult trajectory. But that's complicated because, like, even if budgets are tighter in the household, that doesn't necessarily mean that, like, entertainment projects would sell worse. Because that's kind of, people do really need entertainment in that situation. Oops, nope. Mirage, I don't really care about. Auto Machine. This one is okay, but it's not really worth it. This is one, yeah, it lets you counterattack if your systems are down. I feel like the situation is bad enough at that point that being able to counterattack wouldn't really help me that much. Increase missile damage, but it costs more points than I can really afford. I'll get that later, maybe. He can't learn anything else. Terror shot. He doesn't really need this one. Yeah, okay. No, don't remove. Wish they would quit huffing copium. The copium. Everybody's ready to go. Let me take a look here. I can't do a lot at this point because I'm broke. The players are looking at how the game looks, and the people behind it are seeing that the game are being made is activist propaganda and is taking money towards AA. I kind of feel similarly about the activism as I do about comics. It's that it's really boring activism. I don't understand how so many people are so, like... so many people are so like energetic about like the status quo. It's like, you know, if we have to have communists, if we have to have activists making games, can't they be like overt communists or something? Or like, like, I don't mind if they put their politics in, but don't they have anything interesting to say? This is too heavy. How do I... Okay, remove this one, and then put in the 500 one. The slacktivists? Yeah, they're slacktivists and they have boring political views. Tell me something beautiful and true. Say something interesting. Can I upgrade any of these cards? I don't have enough money. Okay, I guess we'll get going. Not a lot more I can do because I'm broke. And I don't want to do the... I haven't get good luck in the arenas so far. $20.91. Indies or retro games like this one? I feel like it would be hard to put activism in this one because the history of the world has diverged so much by 2091. It's like, what would you even have to say about anything? And even the players, like, the USN isn't really a stand-in for America. I guess you could see some parallels, but it's sort of a different institution. If anything, they're probably less evil than the OCU anyway. I don't know. Is that a condemnation of Australia? Who knows? Just checking boxes and make... Yeah, well, you know. I don't get the whole representation thing because it literally doesn't matter. Like, a lot of, you know, like, a diverse group of people feel represented by Goku and he's an alien, you know? It's like every man in America feels that Goku represents him personally. So it's like, what are they even doing? I identify with Godzilla and he's a big lizard. I always thought that even when I was younger because, like, you know, I like Timon and Pumbaa from The Lion King. They don't really represent anybody. Impact 54 for these C4 traps. The same people that tell you math is racist. Oof. The worst one of those was, I forget, there was like a whole controversy with Linux a while ago where, like, Linus Torvalds' daughter inserted a bunch of crap into it, and she literally wrote a thing about how, like, meritocracy is bad because it disadvantages women, and it's like, geez, like, that's like way more offensive than anything any sexist has ever said. Like, what you believe is way more, like, bigoted and hostile towards these groups of people than, like, anything anyone actually, like, trying to hate them has ever said. It was like, what is the bigotry of low expectations? It's like, you know, if anybody else said that, it would be like, it would be bad news. But she says it like it's not even controversial. At least the sexist says it with a chest. Well, it's like she's like trying to be like anti-sexist, but she says something way more sexist in the process. I think if people work hard, anybody could, you know, like, she wasn't even claiming that it wasn't like a real meritocracy where, like, there's like nepotism or whatever. She was like literally saying that, like, a system based on merit, like, is harmful to women because they don't do as well. And it's like, geez, what a terrible thing to say about people. But the thing about math is kind of the same. It's like, you know, what do you think you're trying to say with that? Because I don't think I don't think that means what you're trying. You think you're trying to say. We got 2 gunners, 2 assaults, a launcher, a gunner, 2 more assaults. I assume they're gonna be getting. They'll be getting reinforcements, but for now, I think we can handle it. But it's like people are trying to be sexist, and I just don't see how they're going to compete with statements like that. It's crazy, some of the things people say. I just don't even understand. It's like, I don't understand how you could say that and not realize. But I don't know. None of my business, I suppose. Anyway, it's time for tactics. You can be in the front. Maybe he should be in the front. What happened with our public? Well, our public education system is in shambles for a lot of reasons. They really need to go back to teaching civics and practical stuff. It's weird that kids finish high school. Not only are kids finishing high school, then they're struggling to do math and read and write at a high school level. They can't balance a checkbook. They can't, you know, they can't fill out a job application. People are just not learning practical things. They used to teach civics in high school and like home ec and everything. Some weird backpack. You're a mechanic. Didn't you know that it's jammer gear? Wow, it's spinning around. Whoa, awesome. Jammers use EMP backpacks. EMP can disable movement. It's also because education is more about compliance now. Like, they gave you a set of instructions and you're graded based on how well you can follow it. Like, you're not even really... we're not teaching, you know, reading, writing, and arithmetic. We're not teaching critical thinking and problem solving. It's just like, you know, here's the thing you're supposed to do. Fill out the right thing on a multiple choice test. Good job. It's like, you know, you're being tested on your ability to follow instructions without questioning them, which is not really helpful to anybody. It's helpful to your boss. If you're good at that, your boss will like you when you get a job in an office somewhere. Fire-inducing waves and extend missile range. It's not great by itself, but when joined with other units, it's very useful. Wow, it's going faster. Whoa, I want one. Enough, Randy. You're not helping us stay focused. Hey, Walter, I want one of those setups. You need the repair backpack. You really are stupid. Let's see, these guys are strikers. Which of their units are actually gonna move? Okay, just go to here, you can jump down if you need to. But maybe we can flank him from the rooftops. You don't move up too far. You move up as much as you can. You to here. And then you two follow along. I don't know how we make a good shot at those C4 traps. Oh, are they gonna come up the buildings too? I didn't see that they had a pathway for that. Oh yeah. Well, I can block them then, right? Because they can't go here, and they have melee weapons. So if I go here, then they can't fight back because of the difference in height. Gen Z is the first generation to come out even dumber. Well, there's a lot of reasons for that. I did read there's articles on like the drop in IQ. I don't know if that's the education system. Well, I don't know. That's a complicated issue. Gen Y, which is my generation, I came out of school at least knowing basic math. Well, it's like they push people through the system. That's always so frustrating. I feel like a lot of teachers, because they're worried about, like, you know, No Child Left Behind and all these other requirements, they're, like, scared to fail kids, but that's bad for the kids. If somebody can't do math, they should fail the class. Like, over a long enough period of time, that's better for them in the long run. You have to make them, like, retake that class until they can do it. It doesn't actually help anyone to, like, move them through the process, because you're just kicking the can down the road. Don't move up too much, because I like where they're at. Like, they'll literally, like, you know, they're... In our education system, like, we're the most developed nation in the world. There's kids that can't read and write and do math. That's abysmal. That's mortifying. It's unbelievable things have gotten that bad. And it's because when kids can't do it, they just get pushed through to the next grade. And it's like, well, you know, to whose benefit is that even? I can't imagine it makes the school or the teachers look any better. It's actively harmful to the student to do that to them. What truly is the point? So if you go here, then I should be able to hit them with missiles from here. Benefit to the government? I mean, over a long enough period of time, it's not. It doesn't really help them that much. It's actually more beneficial to the government if the citizens can do basic mathematics. How do you miss? Was that 60%? I guess he dodged. Worrying about that helicopter. Yeah, you can hit him. Doing math so you can read where the tax money goes? I mean, and then what? You know, what does that matter? People know that now, they don't do anything about it. They're teaching kids to go out and protest more than anything practical. I do feel like a lot of, like, the history and, like, social studies stuff teaches kids that protesting is more impactful than it actually is. I thought about, like, there was that big controversy recently, which I don't especially want to get into in and of itself, with, like, the Minecraft thing recently, and it was talking about getting into good trouble. And it's like, on a certain level, my concern is this is just bad advice. Like, the go get into good trouble because you want to make the world a better place thing. It's like, whatever you think about the intentions and the message behind that, like, you have to understand that most protests don't go that well. There were a certain number of protests that were very successful in certain regards at a certain period of time, but most of the time protests end very badly without accomplishing anything. So that's actually, like, very bad advice to give people. It's like this is just bad for people to be telling them this. It's not going to end well. If you have complaints about the situation in your society, go out into the street and get into fights with the cops. It's like, well, you know, that might... Sometimes that's worked out very well, but a lot of the time it has not. Historically, that's had very mixed results, actually, as a matter of fact. That was a crazy miss. Damn. Does he not have enough AP to respond? Well, I guess he's not. It's not her attacking, it's him attacking. Where's that helicopter at? I lost track of it. Oh, there it is. Can I? 57. Okay, I'll take that shot. Modern protests are attacking your fellow citizen? Yeah, I always wonder about that. A lot of protests now, they go out into the city like they live in and they light everything on fire. It's like, well, you know, who's that really hurting? Like, you have to Aren't these the grocery stores you use? Like, I think this out a little bit more. Well, I don't know. It's a complicated issues. Also, you know, I feel like a lot of people engage in stuff like that just to make themselves feel better. You know, how much do you believe if you go out in the streets and wave a sign around that that's going to change anything? I don't think the people in positions of power really care that much, to be quite honest. Brainwashed idiots, you know, that's a little too political. You're getting a little too specific. that's a little too much, actually. Maybe I should put the kibosh on the political talk. But this is a joke, look at PETA. Yeah, PETA is insane. It's like, they're like, literally, it's like a derangement. And it's like, that's another thing, like, that's a good cause, in theory. You know, I like animals. But I don't think that's really helping anyone. And it's weird, that's like an anti-protest. Like, I feel like PETA has actually done damage to the cause of, like, humanitarian treatment of animals because they've given it, like, a bad reputation. Just fall back for now. I gotta bring that helicopter in more so more people can hit it. Ow. Politics is the problem. Well, politics is sort of a mess. I think things are only gonna get worse. I really think the issue is like social media and the internet. I think what we're seeing a lot with the whole political and social, a lot of these situations with politics in our society, it's because it's like second and third order effects of technological developments and primarily the internet. The internet broadly, social media specifically, I think it's just had a profoundly negative impact on people's, like, just everything, really. And this is why that's why I'm very concerned about AI. People raise a lot of concerns about AI, and some of those I agree with and some of them I don't. But, like, I'm not really that worried about, like, copyright or whatever. My concern is that, like, it doesn't matter what you intend to do with the technology. And it doesn't matter, you know, how you use it. Technology has second and third order effects and so on. It has lots of effects on people beyond anything we can control. So introducing, the way most people see it, introducing a technology into the world, you know, inventing something new, a new process, a new device, whatever, it's either, a lot of people view that positively because they're just like tech optimists, and some people view that neutrally. They have this sort of, the more traditional mindset of it, about it, where it's like, well, it's how you use it. It comes down to what people do with it. And I disagree fundamentally. I think at best, such developments are neutral. I think inherently such developments are often negative. AI has effectively destroyed Windows. AI is having a huge negative effect on everything, and it's only going to get worse. It's like, you know, it takes a few decades to really realize the impact of a technology on people. And, you know, we're already seeing negative impacts on from AI to our society. I'm very worried about, like, the stuff where you see, like, the AI psychosis. Like, people talk to ChatGPT and stuff, and they have, like, a... they think they have, like, a personal relationship with it. Like, it's scary. Now phones are all screen. Yeah, I miss flip phones and the like. I feel like helicopters have too much health. They used to be a little more fragile, and maybe too much, but it's really gotten to the opposite in this game and in Front Mission 4. Do you miss flip phones mechanics or the actual phone? Both. Flip phones were cool, and they were... there's something aesthetically and tactilely pleasing about, like, the whole, like, flipping it. But also, I just like when phones were less complicated devices. You know, you had, like... You'd actually use them for calling people, and then you would, like... You know, you had text and email. They were much more limited devices that served a much more specific purpose. And it wasn't just that you had a computer with you everywhere you went. Flip phones have made a comeback thanks to folding screen technology. Those are a little different. I always try to use a flip phone, but I need to use a smartphone for, like, authentication at work. It's a pain. I was running around with a flip phone when I was in Japan, usually when I go on vacation. But that's because I don't really need a smartphone at the time. I hate getting calls on all these bad news, scam calls, or come over shifts. I hate scam calls. It's crazy. I think we should have an intranet. I think we should restrict the function of the internet to just, like, the local area. It's crazy that we're getting, like, scam calls and emails from, like, other countries. It's like, who really benefits from that? And, you know, like, I have, like, friends in other countries. Like, I talk to people in Japan. I actually do, you know, derive benefit from the fact that the net is worldwide. But I feel like the average person is only negatively affected by that to no real benefit to anybody. It's like, I just don't... Like, what are we even trying to do? Man, this helicopter sure is terrible. No one calls to say hi. I kind of feel bad, you know. I should call my parents more. They call to say hi all the time, but they always call at bad times. They used to call me when I'm at work. I keep telling them my schedule and I can't seem to remember. Maybe Hindi call. Yeah, the scam call centers are in other countries. It's like, what are we even doing? Why would we put up with that? For what reason? For whose benefit? Repairs. Restore. Put his arm back on. But I think we do need to, like, scale back the internet. I feel like most internet like internet and calling should just be like a more local area. Like, we should have it sectioned off. There should be some, like, certain things should work at certain levels. Calling and email should kind of only be within a certain radius. And maybe certain social media could be more, there should be like nationwide and then worldwide. Like, we should restructure the internet to be more local. But making everything apps and internet Yeah, the World Wide Web, I think, has had... we gotta roll it back a little bit. Helicopter sure is durable. Business partners across states, pigeon carrier. I do wish we would go in for like a feather net. What if we just had a slower internet? Because there are experiments with like IP over avian carriers where they like literally have like packets carried by bird. Maybe that would be better if with the internet. Imagine if you had an internet where it only updates like once a day. I think the zero net protocol kind of works like that actually, where it's like you can send whatever, but like the website will only actually update things from other people like at midnight. There are creators on YouTube who give those scammers a really hard time. Those are funny. That one guy who's always like giving them the runaround and redeeming the cards. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. That's great content. The one guy who found a good use for scammers. You finish that helicopter off. There we go. Scammer payback channels, yeah. I wish that became more of a movement, because if there was like enough people causing enough harms to those kinds of like scammer things, a lot of them would just stop, because it's like a cost benefit thing. Like if the scams were like losing more money than they were making, eventually they would just start to give up on it. No ducks, no pond. Eh. I should probably just let these guys come in rather than... to become more of a problem than it's worth. Yeah, but that would have to be on like a massive scale. You would need like a competitive scale with the like scam centers, the call centers and everything. But like, theoretically, if you did enough of that, you could actually like fight back against it. It's not out of the question. Can he get all the way up there? Maybe go take a sniper position. You fall back a little bit. And you two also fall back, so we can draw the helicopter in closer. Yeah, become more of a problem than it's worth. Yeah, honestly, like, why doesn't the government organize something like that? Like, why doesn't the government, like, pay a bunch of, like, internet people to just, like, run counter scams on the call centers? Like, why not? Everyone would benefit, and it wouldn't cost that much. Good morning. Mirai, hello, how are you? Yeah, Mirai, I'm only sleeping. Aren't you still live, actually? that reminds me, aren't you currently live? But how are you? How's your day going? Where's my... When was the last time the government did anything right? It's been a while. Nothing I can really remember. Nothing in particular comes to mind. The government doing anything right. You three can wait. But, like, because the reason I bring up the government there is because, like, the problem you have with it is scale. Because in order to actually have that as, like, less of a novelty and more of something that really combats the scammers, it would have to operate at a scale comparable to the scammers. And, I mean, the easiest way to get that kind of scale and resources would be, like, a government project. So it is actually something specifically that the government could help with. How you miss? Damn it, Jamie. Ah, shit, I didn't realize he was out of missiles. This might hit him, but it'll hit them more, so it's fine. We can have something not government run it? I don't know, if somebody wanted to do that as like a philanthropy, if some businessman wanted to do like an anti-scammer thing. I don't know anybody with money who really cares that much. Peter Thiel, if you can hear me. Start an AI company that runs ops on scammers. And maybe I'll hate you a little bit less. I'm kind of not feeling the... I feel like everything's more durable. I felt like this in Front Mission 4, but it feels like everything's more durable here. And it just kind of makes things a slog a bit. Elon Musk would, if he catches wind of it. I don't know, I feel like he's on the side of the scammer. I don't know. Maybe he would. I don't have a lot of confidence in him. Okay. Let's see here. Repair all. He's almost up a level for gunners. But yeah, everything's so durable in this game. It just makes the missions kind of a slog. I feel like I'm wailing away at the same enemies. EMP. Attack down. That doesn't feel like a 60% chance to hit. Yeah, jump him. Easy. I didn't realize they could climb up there too. A sniper battle on the rooftops. Are they actually going after Randy? I like how often he activates defense. I appreciate it. Okay, you gotta heal Christine, so move up just a little bit. You can go here. Wait, no, not you. You. Put these guys in range of all their attack. I should have switched to the flamethrower. I should probably have somebody go up there and save Jamie, but I don't have a lot of free hands at the moment. That's a little too much. Blast that truck. I almost killed this guy. I barely even started it again. Did a lot of damage there. You go here and attack that one. Ah, hello, how are you? Good morning. Sleepy. Resident Evil 7. Oh, Resident Evil. How are you? Good morning. I'm so eepy. Well, take a nap, silly. I'm probably gonna, after streaming and watching a movie, I'm probably gonna be taking a nap. I'm probably gonna be working home for today. There was a blizzard all last night, so I'm pretty much snowed in. I'm not gonna... I have to tell my boss I'm working from home. I have my laptop, so it's fine, but I don't think I even could get to the office. I would probably call out. I would probably ask to work from home regardless, but I'm actually not making an excuse. A blizzard? I hope you're staying warm? Well, I haven't gone outside at all, so... It's warm in here. I don't know how it is outside, but it looks pretty bad. Well, yeah, go get a nap if you're sleepy. It's nap time. Probably. Actually, it's pretty early. Did you get enough sleep last night? You gotta be sleeping. Sleep is important. Okay. You go heal him, actually. Rifle. Mobile sword corpse. I want to take out this missile guy. I don't want to overextend here. Okay. So you go here, hit him with it back down. How is it miss? It's 70%! It's a 70% hit, you missed it like twice. It's not what 70% means. Damn. He's not doing so hot in the gunner duel up there. I'm a sleepy boy, I guess. This game looks fun. I love Mecha. Do you have any games you'd recommend? Zone of the Enders. You can pick that. You can pick up at least the second game on Steam. That's just a good game in general. What else would be good? Kill this guy. Could you take a spare HDMI cable and hook it up to your laptop? One of your monitors? You gotta have 2 monitors? Yeah, I could. I have a bunch of monitors here, so I could split one up. I have 3 monitors at work. I don't know, I like interesting old games. There's like there's like Speed Power Gunbike on PlayStation, Last Legion UX on N64. There's a lot of like neat games I'd recommend people try out. Can you just try to kill this guy? Because you gotta reload. Oh, Phantom Crash. That's another really good game. Phantom Crash for Xbox. It's one of the few games that actually emulates well, if you don't have an Xbox. That one had a sequel on PS2 called Steel Lancer Arena International, but I actually prefer the original game. The gameplay is a little different. I guess they had to like port the game engine to PlayStation. But it feels a little better on the original game. It would be one less, but it'd still give you more screen real estate. I don't know how much I need. I don't think they're going to be doing a lot at the factory. I can't imagine if they're snowed in over there that... I mean, I'll keep an eye on it, but... You know, I'm monitoring data and processes, but... I could tell you without looking at anything right now, I don't think there's much going on over there. There's like 1.5 feet of snow outside. Switch to melee. You'll check it out, thank you. I should play Speed Power Gunbike again. That game is funny because it seems like they were trying to make a different game at first. It has like a really complex, like, boxing combo system. Like, in the mecha form, there's a lot of, like, fighting game moves you could pull off, which are almost totally useless outside of, like, 2 fights. So, it really seems like they were trying to make a different game, and they eventually, like, did something else with the engine they had already made. Like, it has a really high skill ceiling, and it has a lot of systems in it you don't really need in the game. So I feel like they were trying to make a different game originally, and then they converted it into the game that it eventually became. Last Legion UX as like an over-the-shoulder fighter is kind of interesting. It has a weird system where there's like, you can like, there's, at any point during a fight, there's a move you can do to instantly kill your opponent. If you're close enough, you can like reach forward and like pull the power core right out of their mech. It's a really strange mechanic to have in that sort of game. I'm kind of curious how it ended up like that even. But that game is really cool, the mechs are neat. Probably maybe an inch or 2 at the most this time. Didn't hit as hard. There was just literally like a blizzard. It hit me pretty bad. machine gun. Probably got an inch or two at the most this time. Yeah, it's really rough where I am. It's crazy that like every other week we're getting so much snow. One of the heaviest winters we've had in a while. I really do need to send somebody up there to help him. You reload your missiles. He's not in danger, but it's not going well for him either. Let me finish this guy off, and I'll send somebody up there. I was expecting more support from him when I pushed him up there. I didn't expect I didn't expect the enemy to go for like a one-on-one saber duel on the rooftops. Okay, so first of all, just repair him. Dang that. Oh wait, can I EMP the helicopter? I'm not actually sure. Okay, wait. Can you actually EMP... What would happen if you hit it with move down? I'll hit it with attack down first. You don't think the helicopters will fall out of the sky like they did in Front Mission 3 when you knock the pilot out? Fix him up. Okay, that took his arm off. Any SCA wins or enjoyers in chat? Anya, hello! Oh, this is 5. Yeah, from mission 5. I'm almost done. I've been playing through every game. And then I'm gonna play the remakes. I might play the spin-offs too. I've heard mixed things about those. There's that one 2D one which looks pretty good, but then there's like Front Mission Alternative. And that other shooter game. Yeah, Evolved, that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, I've heard the not so good reviews. Game of the Year contender? Well, I'll take a look. But I wanted to like play the remakes, but I wanted to like go through everything because it's been a while since I played any Front Mission. I played like 1 and 3 as a kid. I also got to play 2. I found a translation of that. Wuthering Waves. But how are you, Anya? Good morning. How are you? EMP attack system. There we go. We finally landed it. Start repairing him. He's in a rough state. Put his arm back on. The ground around is white because I just look out of my window. No, I'm just totally buried. The last time I checked in the morning, they still hadn't gotten it off the roads, and it was still coming down. It's like 1.5 feet of snow out there. Look out my window. It didn't hit my state near as hard because I went to the comic club last night on the way. Dried up and got sunny a bit on the trip over. I'm dying for real, for real. Oh no, don't die. It's not good for you. Have you tried Krieg's Front Tactics? I don't think so. Let me look that up. Krieg's Front. Oh, it's on Steam. Procedural turn-based mecha tactics. Is this the one? No, I'm thinking of a different one. There was another indie game I played a demo of that was like Front Mission, but it's not this one. This does look pretty good though. I'm happy to see people doing turn-based tactics games. I really like turn-based tactics. I played hundreds of hours of Final Fantasy Tactics as a kid. Indonesian game, it takes a lot of inspiration from Front Mission and XCOM. Good choices for inspiration. Truly based, I would say. Yeah, I'll wishlist that. I originally didn't think it would be a good idea to play like turn-based tactics games on stream, although it's been okay. I thought that it wouldn't make sense because the interaction with these games is mostly in your head. It's like thinking out your next moves and stuff. Even more than like a turn-based RPG. Like most of it is not really what's going on screen even. But when I played through all the I played through all of Zone of the Enders, I had to do Fist of Mars, of course. So it was just sort of a necessity. And it went pretty well. Eugenics is a turn-based tactics game? Yeah, I saw that. It's a strange looking game. I might take a look at that at some point. A lot of people are playing that. The main gameplay is turn-based tactics. I'm out of missiles, but there's only 2 more left, so if they don't get reinforcements, we should be okay. Let's not rush forward, though, because I'm a little beat up. How do you miss? Jamie, you're our sniper, please. You can't be missing shots like that. It's mortifying. Yeah, I saw people playing Eugenics. I don't know a lot about it. Breeding turn-based tactics game. What was that one? I forget what it's called. There was one turn-based tactics RPG where it's like a fantasy thing, and at the end of every like arc of the story, you become like the main character. You reincarnate as like the main character's kid. You know what I'm talking about? I forget what that was fucking called. It was like a weird game. You would keep like every... it had like light novel elements. You would keep every character in your party except for the main character and like the 3 love interest characters. And depending on which love interest you picked, it affected your stats. And it would like go down the line. With like you... Because it was like... It's a weird comparison to make because I don't think it's as much of a breeding game as the cat one. Turn-based tactics. Let me look it up on Steam. Can't fucking remember what that game was called. Genres, subgenres, visuals. It had anime visuals. Themes and moods. Fantasy. Single player. Not coming up yet. Steam, help me. Can't remember. Yeah, I don't remember what this was called. Dead Dragons. A lot of games on Steam. I would look through my library, but I have like hundreds of games on Steam, so that wouldn't help me. There's one breeding tactical game I like, but I can't stream it. Oh. Uh-oh. That sounds a little risky. Have you tried MS Saga? That also has a good turn-based tactics, but more RPG. MS Saga? That sounds familiar. But I can't place it off the top of my head. Repair all parts. Imagine Gundam Breaker, but JRPG. Oh. Mobile suits. Oh yeah, I do think I know those. I want these guys to come in so I can hit them with the truck. Oh, damn. They pulled it on me. Tragic. I got. Back down. I should play all the Gundam games sometime. It's weird because I'm always playing Mecha games on stream, but I haven't touched a lot of like the bigger series. I haven't played anything from Gundam. I haven't played any Armored Core games. A couple of other ones. Can't think of it at the moment. I should play through all the Another Centuries episodes. I played Another Centuries episode portable once on stream, but I haven't played the other ones. And I just happen to like that one more. I can wholeheartedly recommend MS Saga. It has nothing to do with any pre-existing Gundam series. Well, I know plenty about Gundam, so that wouldn't be a problem. Although I know more about the anime than the games. I wonder what the next Gundam anime is gonna be, even. IBO coming out soon? There's gonna be more Iron-Blooded Orphans? Ooh. I wouldn't mind if they revisited more of the AUs. I feel like AUs are like one and done a lot. Although I do kind of like that they have complete stories, so maybe not. I wouldn't... maybe I wouldn't like it if they went back to Wing or X. They crowdfunded the anime using a gacha game based? Glad Sunrise is so serious about anime. How do you miss? What do you think 70% means? Stop missing. Gacha game is end of service now? I wish they'd bring more of like the... When I was in Japan, I played a lot of the like arcade games they have. So many of those are so good. At least we have like Maxi Boost now, right? They ported that over somehow. I think. EX versus. But there's like Arsenal base. There's that one that's like a twin stick game, and it's like all 1 year War Max. I forget what that was even called, but that was super cool. It's so mismanaged. Yeah. Senjo no Kizuna. Oh. Yeah, they have a lot of stuff. There's a cockpit. Yeah, that one. That was really fun. There's a lot of games that are like Japanese arcade exclusive, are like exclusive to Japanese arcades. Rough. These arcades still make money over there thanks to Patchy Slot. Sega embargoes all of their cabinets. Not totally. You can get there's if you go to round 1. I don't know if you're in America, but there is like a chain of Japanese arcades here that do have the rights to get some arcade cabinets. Oh, there's a mobile weapon? I don't think I've seen any mobile weapons in Mission 5. I wonder if they'll let you use the mobile weapons. They haven't really let you do that since Front Mission 1. Paradise Burger. And what I know, I went to someone I was living in Japan. Ooh, nice. Oh, it's one of these things. What are these called? I do remember them for Front Mission 1. You could get one of these, but I think in the other... Not in the OCU playthrough. Or was it the OCU playthrough? I guess it was, because in the USM playthrough, I think you could only get the prototype Clinton, as far as mobile weapons. None of the arcades in my place can get any new machines, only secondhand from Singapore. And Bandai Namco cabinets, the price is exorbitant. Oof. 2007 PS. Yeah, I guess it would be. Groning. I wonder if they'll let you use mobile weapons. I kind of wish they would let you do like mixed arms combat. In Front Mission 1, they at least gave you a truck that you could use to resupply units. But I wouldn't mind having access to like tanks and helicopters. Oh wait, no, that's not. Wait, no, I already saw that. I knew one indie non-big chain local. Cribbox, thanks for following. Arcade owner, it takes a lot just to keep the lights on. Yeah, it's rough. The way that there's actually a few arcades nearby, and the way that they do it, there's like barcades. It's like a chain in the city here. They're pretty much just straight up bars, and then they also just keep a bunch of arcade cabinets. And I can't imagine that the arcade cabinets make too much money. Like, I'm sure some of them do better and some of them do worse, but I think the bar is the main source of income. Okay, we got a gunner, assault, a tank, striker, assault, launcher, 2 helicopters, a helicopter over here, a tank, and then there's the mobile weapon. Dave and Buster's? We used to have a Dave and Buster's in that one shopping center. Not really anymore. More of a barcade. That's a whole restaurant. That's like a whole... It's like a family. It's kind of like Chuck E. Cheese's. There's everything. You need a separate revenue share, I feel. Yeah. It seems to be the meta. Outside of Japan, Japan can just have arcades. Maybe we need to introduce Patchy Slot. We gotta get boomers hooked on Patchy Slot. Maybe that's the answer. Oh, Switch! He can't use that though, because he uses a melee weapon in the other hand. Too bad. Terror Shot, Assault Link. I wouldn't mind him having Assault Link, actually. I think I will take that. Because he usually doesn't... Healing doesn't take that much AP. Pachinko? Pachinko is the true evil. It's... Well, I mean, that's also... like, that's why... That's one of the big reasons why arcades are so profitable in Japan, is they just have a corner where you can play Patchy Slot. They also have the fucking, like, the horse and the like, Mahjong games. There's always a bunch of old guys in Japanese arcades. It's pretty awesome, actually. Gunner Link. Oh. Access to that. Blast Shot. Panic Shot, I don't really need. Panic is accuracy, right? Actually, you could use all of these. Aim, Heli Hunt. But Blast Shot takes up too much. Knocks down enemy, multiplies damage. I think I need Panic and Gunner Link more. Buy and equip. And I'll leave Blast Shot for now. She can't learn anything. He can't learn anything. He could learn Terror. I don't really need that. And for him. Actually, can you use skills on linked attacks? I assume you can. The Umi Neko, Metal Gear Solid 3, and Madoka Magica Pachinko. I'm still mad. You know, other than the gambling and the taking advantage of people, what I get mad about with Patchy Slot is all the exclusive content. There's so many, there's like... There's Kaneko Man and Evangelion and Godzilla content that's all exclusive to Pachinko. Believe it or not, the same guy who founded Atari founded Chuck E. Cheese, and that was a massive arcade chain back in the day. Yeah, it fell off because Americans don't go out and do anything anymore. They're all sequestered at home. I don't need to re-equip everybody's items, right? It automatically does it in this one. Maybe? Yeah. But yeah, I didn't know that about Chuck E. Cheese and Atari. That's actually mentioned offhand in the Masters of Doom book. That's a pretty good book. I was reading as part of a book club. Let me save here. I really gotta lock in and do work on games. I gotta practice. I gotta get serious about pixel art. I should probably learn 3D stuff too. Probably 3D for environments, pixel arts for sprites. There was a couple of games I wanted to make in particular. If you've ever played the Summon Night series, and specifically the Swordcraft ones, and Biomotor Unitron, they're like kind of particular types of games that just don't have modern equivalents. Maybe eventually somebody will make like an indie spiritual successor, at least to Swordcraft, because I feel like that was niche, but it was popular within the niche. I'm surprised. I mean, I guess Summon Night, I don't think is a... That's by Atlas, right? Have they not made any games recently? Summon Night. Series of role-player games, mixed dating sim elements. Questia, Flight Plan, Band Presto. Band Presto still exists. What about these two? was a... Oh, it might be because Flight Plan is closed down. Japanese game developer based in Gifu. Yeah, Ban Presto is still fucking around. Now, yeah, the last Summon Night game, 2016. Notice that Gaijin Works would translate and publish the latest entry in the series, Summon Night 5 in North America. Summon Night 6, Lost Borders. It's been about 10 years, actually, jeez. So I don't... I actually don't think it's likely we'll be getting another Swordcraft game from Summon Night. We still do go out, but it isn't as often anymore. We do pretty much anything at home. People just don't really socialize. People don't socialize in the same way, at least. Like, you're not really going to be getting everybody together to go out to the arcades for a birthday party or anything anymore. You'll probably just have a party at home. Having like a place to host events like that, it's just not really a thing anywhere. Where's the bastard? I hate that grub. What? Is the food that bad? You can let it out. Look, try me. No, my beef is with that. Grub's fine, but why now? Huh? Okay, I get it. Still, how can we destroy it? Let's do this one together. Flank it. You'll deal with only one arm, right? Yeah. Alright, your neck is 9. I'm sending you to hell. Can we actually keep that thing? I wouldn't mind getting our hands on it. There's no trucks to explode on this map, right? Not sure how they're gonna advance. We gotta get rid of these two guys. There's a crowd over there. There's 2 helicopters. Okay, you just blast this guy for now. There's actually a mall nearby that does pretty good, and I think it's actually because it's sort of inaccessible. It's a weird, like, counterintuitive thing, but the mall is kind of hard to get to. So I think if people go there, they go there for, like, the whole day. Like, they make a day out of it with their family. Because other malls and shopping centers, you can just go in, get what you're there to buy, and get out, like any other store. But that one is like, it's kind of hard to get to, and I think that actually helps it. It's sort of an interesting situation. COVID hit the arcade business pretty hard, but yeah, arcade culture is kind of dying because of the prominence of home consoles and PCs. Well, it's just home everything. That's also partially because of, like, social media and stuff. Like, it is true that people don't have to go out to play games anymore, but they also don't have to go out to socialize. Everybody talks to their friends over instant messaging services. So it's like, it's not even just the games, it's that, you know, after school you used to go to arcade to, like, hang out and meet people. And just, like, talk to people. And you just don't really need to do that anymore. You know, you go home and play Call of Duty, but you also go home and start texting your friends or talking to them on Twitter DMs or whatever. You can have a coffee together with your friends through Discord. Well, people just don't do that. people don't go out and do things anymore. They don't need to. In-person socializing is very much become sort of antiquated. You don't have coffee outside? I mean, I go out and have coffee, but people don't really... People as a practice don't really, you know, go out and do things. Become very... It's sort of for particular people. Here, you fall back, actually, because we're gonna get flanked here. Let's fall back this way, we'll attack these guys, and then we'll deal with these guys when they come. So we'll fall back this way while attacking this tank. Malls also used to be really popular back in the day. Yeah, because it was like a thing that people, you know, kids after school, college students, families would just like go out and do stuff. People just don't really do that as much anymore. Dude, I think it's not in North America. Malls are still packed everywhere in Asia? No, malls are dead here. There's like... some malls still have some business. Like the one near me does pretty well for itself. But broadly speaking, malls are kind of abandoned. It's more common... There's a mall here that's pretty popular, but it's more common that you'll see malls pretty abandoned at any given point. Okay, tank is dead. Don't have good accuracy. Let's just have him retreat. No reason to take too many risks here. Guess not in North America. Wait, are malls in walking distance? It depends. The one I'm thinking of is not in walking distance because it's like off the highway. And again, I think that actually paradoxically helps it because like if people are gonna go there, it's out of the way, so they go there to do like a bunch of stuff and they spend time there. But most malls that are in walking distance, like people don't really make a day of shopping anymore. It's like not as much of a social activity or a family activity. People just, if people go out to buy something instead of getting it on fucking Amazon, they usually just go, they get what they want, and then they leave. I don't know. It's just the way things are these days. Let's see. A missile guy here, machine gunner, striker. Okay, you attack down him. It's gotten to the point where there are like 5 malls within each other, and now most malls here in the US are either dead, abandoned, or being torn down. But I don't know if they can tear a lot of them down. I don't think it would even be practical to do so. Okay, now that his attack is disabled, you can hit him. I'll trigger everybody's assist. Like within 15 minutes of each other? Yeah, malls used to be really common. Malls and shopping centers and all that. Why is his accuracy so low? Rifle. Try to... This is 100, so try to blast his arm off. Not quite. Probably won't be easy with the shield he is. Boy, this guy sure is terrible. But yeah, malls and arcades and stuff, and a lot of just places like that used to exist as like... people would just go out and socialize. It's just not really a thing anymore. Okay, you move up, prepare her. Crazy that like 4 people hitting this guy at once isn't enough to just kill him. Hey, come on. At least they're upgrading their skills. EMP, this guy, attack down. Miss. Damn. I mean, malls have been torn down to them just eating up land and having replaced with multi-purpose spaces. Yeah, that does happen, but in a lot of places it's not really practical to do it. So it varies. Depends. Depends on the place. Okay, if he's gonna fall back, if it makes better use of the land, why not? Yeah. I guess it depends on what you put in what and where. Double miss is crazy. Okay, I gotta put her arm back on. Walter's taking a bit of damage, but he has that one healing item. Restore, left arm. There we go. Finally killed him. You fall back actually, because those helicopters are coming in. I'm trying to shoot his arms off. Squirrel! Ed, hello! Mecha, have a nice day, Sentai? No Evangelion? Yeah, Yoko Taro's gonna do it. Evangelion by Nier. Ed, how are you? The hunter? Oh, the hunting game. Attack down. Okay, good. You hit that one. No new anime Evangelion is perfect? Yeah, they're still making it. I really think they could have ended Evangelion with the end of Evangelion. That could have been the last one, but... You know, I actually like the movies, but I don't think they were really necessary. Personally. But yeah, they're gonna do a 30th anniversary. I wonder what it'll even be. Ah! It's really close to dying. Okay, you heal her. She doesn't die. You actually fall back. Wait, don't you have items? Who still has items? Attack down on him. Miss. Well, it was worth a shot. Jump him! In a new series, whole psychological aspects is bound to be lost because TikTok kids don't have the attention. Yeah, that's a good point. You know, maybe that's why the movies are better. You know, it cuts a lot of the stuff out and that hurts the story, but like, maybe it's better like that because I don't know that anybody even has the patience for that kind of thing anymore. Maybe Anno was ahead of the game on that one. I kind of wish Anno... I think his next project with Studio Kara is going to be... Based on licensing stuff, it's going to be another Space Battleship Yamato thing. I kind of wish he would do something original. I'm kind of surprised that with Studio Kara and everything, he isn't trying, like, a new project. I mean, I'm glad for him that he gets to work on, like, all of his favorites, but... You would think he would take the opportunity. Can you actually fix her body so she doesn't just drop dead? But I just think there's enough Evangelion. I don't know that you really need any more. Like, again, he made End of Evangelion. That should have been the end of Evangelion. Ow. Starblazer 2199 is actually a really good anime, and this is a spin-off of Space Battleship Yamato. Well, I don't know what they're planning to do as far as a movie, because the thing is, like, a Shin Space Battleship Yamato already kind of exists. It's not related to the Shin Japan Heroes thing, but in 2010, the director of... Actually, the same director as Godzilla Minus One actually did a project like that. So I don't know why in particular we're going... There's more than enough Space Battleship Yamato content. It's similar vein to Evangelion. I don't really know that they need more Space Battleship Yamato. Samba, hello. How are you? Good morning. Sonic Adventure 2, let's go. Sonic Adventure 2 Battle even, the best version. The one on the GameCube. I gotta do something about these helicopters. Let's see. Okay, let's beat this guy to death first of all. I must go to work now. See you later. Oh, bye, Ed. Have a good day at work. Bye-bye. If you look at the main ships in Star Blazers 2199, the main ship, the Yamato, so it might even be a sequel. Oh, I wonder. I wonder if it's a sequel or a reference. It might be a similar thing to how in the Zone of Enders you have the... the Vic Viper, but it's not actually related to, that series. Oh, they actually changed how that works, so you can, with the sensor backpacks, you can actually fire a missile at close range now. That's interesting. Focus up. But they're probably working on, like, I would assume a live-action movie? At Studio Kara for Space Battleship. Although it's hard to say what the exact details of that are. I think to retreat a little bit, actually. And missile guy. Ow! Yeah, we definitely gotta fall back more. These helicopters are kind of a problem. Okay. The mobile weapon still hasn't moved? Yeah, and it has a tank, 2 tanks and a helicopter supporting it. Be helpful if I could find a way to provoke just the tanks and the helicopter without drawing that thing too far in. Focus left. Yeah, that's not exactly what I was going for. Amy. How do you miss? Jamie, please! You're a sniper, you can't be missing this much. I should have probably been attacked on first, now that I think about it. We couldn't fight back as much. Okay. That one's dead. Not enough AP. Not enough AP for that either. Well, I guess he's just done. I should probably check the amount of ammo they have for... missiles on the helicopters. 6 of 10. Okay, so they're not going to be running out of ammo anytime soon. Repairs yourself, restore, right arm. Okay, that guy's dead. Everybody jump this guy. I'm getting a lot of no 3D model today. Yeah, I'll use it again next Saturday. I like to alternate. I mean, before I was alternating between 2D models. Maybe I'll use that other 2D model sometime too. Jump him, kill him! Not enough damage. Almost. EMP attack down on this one. I also gotta disable the attack on the helicopters when I get a chance. Okay, the tanks are moving in. It's a little worrying. As long as the mobile weapon doesn't move. That's fine. Now they're really determined to kill Christine. Not even really sure why. Repairs. Are both tanks moving or just the one? Yeah, just the one. I wonder what set that one off. Oh, he's out of ammo. Okay. So you just reload for now. Everybody heal a little bit. This guy's a launcher. Why did he move up so much? Is he stupid? Eh. A little bit too far. I thought this guy was attacked down and wore off that quickly? Huh. You always play interesting games? And hello. Yeah, I'm playing from Mission 5. I've been playing through the whole series. Okay, repair all his parts. But how are you? Good morning. And hello, good morning to Apollo too. I don't think I said that. Focus up on him. That's not exactly what I said, but okay. Good morning, good morning. EMP, attack down on the helicopter. Good. Stop it from shooting missiles at least. Why is he gonna hit the helicopter with his flamethrower? A lot of damage, but no kill. Maybe kill him this time, though. Yeah. Okay, good. He's dead. So now it's just the 2 tanks, the 2 helicopters, and the 3 helicopters, and the mobile weapon. You're getting killed. Fall back a little bit. Wait, before you move... Okay, now... He's almost at launcher level 5. You just wait until that tank gets here, because you can't punch helicopters. Okay, the other helicopter is moving. Walter's getting beat up pretty bad. He's out of items. Fall back. Damn it! Stop missing! We talking about anything neat? I went through and rambled about a couple of things. Nothing too interesting, I don't think. What's even going on recently? There is a new Evangelion project related to... It's by the Nier guy, Yoko Taro. There's some hot takes for sure. I hope not too hot. So I hope I don't ever get clipped, get myself in trouble on Twitter. I don't think I'm popular enough, so nobody really cares what I say. Luckily enough. As luck would have it, I'm rather obscure. Oh, they're doing a Godzilla vs. Texas thing. It has it's by, like, a guy who has, like, a fan continuity, so he actually did his design in the official comics. Godzilla Neo. It's pretty cool to see. I have to get that. I'm kind of avoiding getting a lot of, like, the crossover comics and stuff because I'm already behind on the Godzilla comics, but it's gonna be a pain to get them all later, so maybe I should just start... like, just start trying to keep up with it now. I haven't really bothered with the Godzilla versus the Justice League or the Avengers or anything. You actually reload your missiles. You can finish off that helicopter. Is that helicopter almost out of missiles? It's been firing a lot. It's got one more shot. Okay. So you actually heal yourself. Well, move closer to the helicopter and then heal yourself, because you can contribute through linked attack. You move up so you can attack the tank next turn. And the same with you. Maybe I just need to upgrade to better missiles? Just not getting convincing damage on these helicopters, but they're very chunky helicopters. Okay. Now there's only one helicopter left, there's 2 tanks, and then the mobile weapon, which is moving in. That's not good. And the tank is gonna fight while running away. What to do? I don't want to deal with all 4 of these things at once. So what we should probably do is retreat a little bit. Everybody pull this way. You fix him. Keep everybody more or less in ship shape. Maybe we can at least isolate the mobile weapon itself. Wish that helicopter would move in more. Okay, so that tank is going to come around, so we can jump it on the other end. The helicopter is keeping back, which is kind of annoying. Okay, you actually move here. Then we can hit the tank from here. Let's not move up too far. If we can't get the mobile weapon to come circle around. Okay, nope, it's coming this way. We're kind of getting cornered here. Okay, I think I know what to do. Hit move on this one. So let's get rid of this tank. He missed. Damn. I do like that the the sensor lets you attack things really close by with the missiles. Let's retreat this way. Fix her legs so she doesn't get stuck. Yeah, this tank's still trying to run away. That's why I wanted to disable its movement. Okay, but the helicopter is coming in, actually. Okay, so you go here, repair him. You move up. EMP the tank's movement. I really don't think you know what 70% accuracy means, Jamie. It's really getting to be a bit annoying. Okay, he's out of missile reloading. Okay, so just go punch the tank. You know, that might be an angle to shoot. It really is annoying how the tank runs away. That one too. Okay. So, repair him. EMP attack down on the helicopter. Okay, landed that one. Almost killed this tank. Got it. Okay, tank down. Now I gotta kill this helicopter. Yeah, this thing's closing in on me. Oh, we're dangerous. I don't think EMP will affect. Yeah, I can't EMP that one. No, I need you for healing. Yeah, he defense supported. You repair him. We're not gonna really be able to stop this thing. Shit. Really annoying to be out of missile. I need another missile guy. That would really help. Ow. I thought that was attack disabled. I guess it wears off quicker. Okay. Keep kiting it, I can get rid of this helicopter before anything else. Bring the tank over around here. Randy's so dang good if you invest in him. He's pretty good. He's been doing a good job. It would be more helpful if he could learn more striker skills, frankly. But how are you, Rival? Good morning. Fall back a little bit, actually, Walter. Really wish I could isolate this damn mobile weapon from this tank. Okay. So, go here, repair him. Tokushitsu. Yi. EMP. Disable its movement system first. First of all, no more moving around. Jamie's taking a lot of damage. Okay, let's move back this way and up this way, see if I can't pull the tank away from the other thing. Yeah, so he goes that way, and which way does the tank go now? Yeah, his legs got busted. That's not good. Now it goes back. Damn. Trying to manage the enemies with just movement. Okay, you two move up and try to get that tank's attention. You fix his legs. And move up just a bit to keep the attention from the other thing. Can I have both disabled? So that hit, so what happens now? Does it have both or does one replace the other? Yeah, you can have both. Okay. Good. I feel like hitting a tank with the flamethrower would... I mean, hitting a helicopter with a flamethrower would almost certainly knock it down. Mess up the blades if it heated them up too much. Oh, the speed skill is back. That's from mission 1. It's been a while since you actually got that. I guess it was just called other things in other games, though. Yeah, this is a better choice. Gruntas. Guy actually has a name. Named enemy, it's been a minute. This thing is getting torn apart. At least his E used up all of his AP in one go. Wow, this guy's agile. Jeez. I may be getting skill checked here. E2 pilot. Damn. Okay. Finally separated out that tank. So if the three of them can just hang on, then we can just kill this fucking thing. Crazy miss. Got his barrel right up against it. Repairs. All parts. This is not really a lot of good options here. Damn. He's also able to use like 3 attacks in a row. That's crazy. Let me actually, what am I up against here? So he's got 3 link skills, he's got speed and minus shot. Lowers enemy damage. Multiplies rounds fired. He's got a machine gun on the body. A rifle in the left arm, and then the pile bunker. It's also a problem that this thing is so damn agile. Crazy how good it can dodge attacks. Ah, Jim, it might be over. Damn. Okay. First of all, let's beat this tank to death. Damn. I didn't think he was in range to do that. Maybe I should use aim. I don't think he's gonna be able to dodge any attacks anyway. I should probably have Randy run away and heal himself. Until I can get him to meet up with Walter. Okay. So first of all... Okay. So now it's the mobile weapon all by itself. Do fall back a little bit here. And you move back towards Randy as well. This thing is a little dangerous. Even one hit is enough that I need to heal from it. Why is it so determined to kill him? I guess it's good strategy to take out the healer first, but... Maybe I shouldn't have him run away as much. It's just putting more distance between him and all my other units. Gintaro, hello, good morning, how are you? Okay, well neither of those hit his body, so I guess that's fine. I guess I'll accept that. Repairs, restore, left arm. But how are you? Good morning. Crazy she's missing melee attacks at that range. Worst chance to hit at melee. That's fine, use your shotgun. If I can just break at least like one of this thing's arms, I'd be in a much better spot. Or maybe its legs. I'm fine, how are you? I'm good. I'm struggling a bit with the mobile weapon here, but I think I can handle it. Ugh, this thing this has so many attacks. Not enough AP. Do you even have any items left? Nope, we're all out of items. Everybody used up everything. Who should I even heal now? There's not really any bad options. He's the closest to dying, so we'll do him. I think we'll win, but I'm more worried about how many casualties we'll come away from this with. I think really fucking dangerous. Terror shot is good. Lowers its evasion chance. Ow. Okay, there we go. Ugh, that got a little dicey at the end there. But we were able to dogpile it pretty effectively. And everybody got levels. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. Back to Fort Manus. Or do we have another battle to fight out here?
Romeo 1, こちら単語6。エリア2、ポイント1の制圧完了。弾薬の残りが少ない。任務継続には補給が必要だ。ロメオ1了解。こちらもだ。補給部隊がすでに出ている。10分もかからないうちに。
え？
ロメオ1がやられた。クソ敵は。ロメオ2、11時の方向。長距離射撃してくるぞ。早い。バカだ。
え？
ロメオ2がやられた。
なんで？
クソ15もだ。なんだあの機体は。
Is it the canyon crows?
前期戦闘態勢を取れ。正面から来るぞ。敵はスナイパータイプ。線で攻撃開始。当たらなくていい。敵に攻撃をさせるな。距離3000、2600、2200。早い。1700。
Is this a canyon crow? I don't particularly recognize it.
1200。
Oh, it's Glenn.
発砲しろ。ウォルター、落としろ。
Table turned.
くそ、ダメだ。脱出する。援護する。5カウントだ。行くぞ。5、4、3、2、1。ランディ、ランディ、大丈夫か。脱出しろ。
Randy.
くそ、反応しない。ランディ、いいか、よく聞け。今お前の前に敵が向かってきている。そいつに秘話通信回線を開けるか。敵に秘話通信。お前何を。
It's Glenn. What, are you just not paying attention?
グレン、お前グレンだな。グレン。
Hey Glenn, come on, we surrender.
誰だ。
That's enough.
なぜ俺の名前を知っている。グレン、俺だ。ウォルターだ。ウォルター。
What? Do you not remember? Oh, jeez. They put a B type in there. Uh-oh. No wonder he's so much more effective.
グレンやめろクソ脱出しろランディ脱出するんだ嘘だろグレン嘘だろ
Uh-oh.
助けてくれウォルター脱出できないやめろやめてく
So
れ
you just go and rip him out of it? Pull the Wanzer apart.
そうだそれにはランディが乗ってるんだグレン俺たちが殺し合う必要なんかない知らんなそんなやつ
Ah!
ランディ
Jeez, man, are you serious? That's gotta be a war crime, I'm pretty sure. Oh, okay, good. Oh, bro, it doesn't look so good.
しっかりしろ
Isn't this for a damn squad?
よウォルター喋るな俺は助かりそうか
Andy,
当
no.
たり前だそうだなあの時だってお前もグレン
Front
も生きて
mission
た
3
もんな
elite killer setups. Hmm.
そうだウォルターグレンのこと責めるなよ戦争なんだ
No, I think there was something wrong with him. You're right not to blame him, but I think something else is going on. Randy.
おいふざけんなよランディランディ
Tragic. Not our silly not our silly friend. Hey, this is when the ceasefire happens. That's crazy. So we're gonna join the peacekeeping force, I'm assuming? F. Tragic, poor Randy. He really didn't deserve that. And we lost our damn mechanic. I'm surprised how little we met, like, legacy characters up to this point. I mean, they mentioned Tell's Wall and the Canyon Crows, but I didn't really see anybody. I haven't even seen Kevin or... what's his name? The one evil dude? Bullets ran deep. Yeah, it's... got ripped apart. Also, did our boy get promoted to officer rank? He changed his uniform. I wonder what in particular they did to Glenn. I mean, I'm sure he has a B-type device, but why did he forget about them? Standard brainwashing. The Strike Wyverns. I don't think you could do that on official documents, man.
遅い。ハイキングでも楽しんでいるつもりか。ママのランチがそんなに楽しみか。食ってクソするだけの取り柄の脳なしどもめ。貴様らのいた部隊は声ダメだ。
Yeah, I'm assuming this is the peacekeeping force.
軍隊には2種類の生物しかいない。クソ虫か、それ以外かだ。もちろんここにクソ虫などいない。最低のクソ虫か、最高の海兵だ。
Hey, get back up.
何をやってるか、貴様。
Well, Cap is good. Yeah, the animation is pretty good.
それとも投げ出すのは架空か。
I just kick him or something.
戦場でお前の面倒を見
Would
て。
you get your damn arms under you? Come on. Stop fucking around.
ことは許されない。全員100回追加だ。
Give me 100 more.
喜べクソ虫ども。貴様らに与えられた選択肢は2つもある。海兵となり最高の栄養を得るか、上ダメに戻って一生クソ虫のまま終わるかだ。どうだ、嬉しいか。
It's awesome.
どうしたこの腰抜
Hey,
け。
get back up.
誰が寝ろと命令した。起きろ。貴様は命令なしに息をすることも死ぬことも許さん。
The drills are
パン
awesome.
ツァーの性能はパイロットの性能だ。
Hey, get back on your feet so I can knock you down
貴
again.
様らにできないことはパンツァーに乗ってできるわけがない。
That's right.
軍は貴様らにガンを配る慈善団体ではない。クリスマスはまだ先だ。次。
Walter, get back up. He's gotta hit you again. In a couple of months.
サイラス・ロンチェスター、
さあ、イエスさ
ハーディング・ウォーレン、
さあ、イエスさ
テリー・ヘンドリックス、
さあ、イエスさ
スーザン・マクダンネル、
Nobody I particularly
ハリ
recognize.
ー・トムソン。
さあ、イエスさ
以上だ。
Eh?
よくやった。
Walter didn't make it
俺
in?
についてこい。他の者は残れ。
Ah, that's rough, buddy.
よく聞けクソ虫ども。貴様らは軍属替えを希望した史上最低の存在だ。尽力した部隊、命を懸けた戦友は貴様らに裏切られたわけだ。その
Unagi.
役にも立たないクソ部隊のクソ虫どもが今ここにいる。
Kusomushi. It's translated as worms, but they're just literally calling them trash bugs.
私はウェンライト。本日をもっ
ウェンライ
て貴様らのボスとなる。
Don't think I
おめでとう諸
recognize
君
her.
合格だ。ようこそ特殊機構教習連隊ストライクワイバーンズへ。
Still like, why? What did those other guys get into? Well, I'm sure they'll find something for them to do. Walter, would you look alive? Bro's not even listening. 3 years later. Yeah, the mop-up operations in Huffman sure did last a while. Wyvern camo. Where are we in particular? Wow. CVN 112 Eclipse. Training facility, mess room, armored section. Okay, well let's go to control first. let's get a briefing. Hey, it's Fang. You've come at the right time. Did you see the the unit commander? The briefing's about to start, but she's not here yet. Given her personality, I would never expect her to be late. If she shows up just on time, we won't be able to prepare. Not like it's starting now. But it's best to use your men instead of doing things alone. Of course, except for me. Hey, I've got my reasons. Why don't you go look for her, just like always? After all, you've been looking after her since you were kids. What? Do we know her that well? How many of our units did we keep? Is it just Walter? What could our next mission be? Do you know where we're going? Well, you know, I'm actually curious. Speaking of Randy getting killed, do you think they harvested his brain cells for a B-type device? That was the point of all this. And he was a pretty good soldier. Maybe he wasn't of that quality, though. Well, we're close to the equator, so there's lots of territories here. We've been out for weeks. This means we're not jumping in this mission without a plan. Well, we'll know soon enough. Yeah, 15 minutes too. Almost time, huh? Tony, Garrett, Brian, Resson. We'll know soon enough. Scout okay? Wait, I can scout these guys? Eh? Recruit this pilot? Oh, wait. Is that how this works now? Ace of foe. A jammer? I could use a jammer. For my family and homeland. Hope we'll get along. This guy's a striker. I might as well scout him too. Striker support. You're from the same home as First Lieutenant Collins. You must know Major Wainwright too. Can you tell me what the Wager was like back in the day? She's a master of karate, combat sambo, and jujitsu martial arts. I joined the unit 2 weeks ago, but was she into those things? I thought I'd have a go at trying to take her down. I couldn't even touch her. It was like child's play to her. I was in the SEALs, and I've had a fair amount of experience. Jujitsu? Yeah. It's a different jujitsu, I'm sure. I think they assume they mean jujitsu. Was that all for nothing? I just totally caved in. But is it really normal for a pilot to have mastered CQB? Of course, people in infiltration or VIP assassination would have. Domain expansion. Yeah, that's what this girl wasn't expecting. They didn't teach her that in the SEALs. Seems the rumors of the instructors passed along were true. First Lieutenant Fang, the Major ain't here yet, eh? Go look for her. Okay. Alright. Stop by operations, then I'll go by the armored section. Nobody I can recruit here. Ah, it's you. You like being the leader of a mobile unit? Still the quiet type, eh? We're sailing southeast of Hawaii right now. Where the hell are we going? We left Huffman? We commencing operations, so you better get ready. You'll get the details from Major Wainwright. Speaking of which, isn't it time for the briefing? Hurry over, you don't want to be late. Well, she's late. Sorry, I can't talk while I'm steering. This ship, the Eclipse, could be called an electronic fortress. From satellite control all the way to AWACS analysis. What does AWACS stand for again? AWACS. Airborne Early Warning and Control. Alright, standard electronic warfare. It could be a flagship in terms of data management capacity. So what the hell is it doing here? What? Was anything going on around here? Pilots ready room. Yeah, what pilots do I have? Do I have to recruit like a full platoon? Yeah, these are the two I just picked up. Oh no, I still have all my guys. Of course, except for Randy. Yo, Fang. I'm really busy here and there. Management here is as rough as they come. Incredibly loaded ship. Hey, Wendy Grows. Yeah. Electronic warfare type shit. You want something? We can do pilot organization here too. Oh, about scouting. What? You're already scouting? Same as always. Well, I'll add more details for you. Scouted pilots stay here, but only active duty pilots will use Wanzers. Active duty pilots are in the first pilot room here. The second pilot room has losers waiting to be fired. All you need is 6 men to form a platoon. You can do whatever the hell you want with the reserves. Keep them on or fire them whenever you like. I'm feeling good, so let's do pilot organization. Okay, so if we have everybody else, the main thing I think we need is probably a mechanic. Oh no, Edward is our mechanic now, so he replaced... Oh, he straight up replaced him. He even has his skills and everything. That's weird. That's a little bit weird, actually. But okay. At least we didn't lose our mechanic. I'd like another missile guy. Switch. Oh, we can land these. Assault. I might as well buy this one, since I have the other left one. Skill down +2. Lowers the skill activation rate of all enemies by 2%. Leader must be alive. Item repair up. Raises repair potency of all items, but you can't carry items with a repair backpack. Daemon, Inferno. What does this do? Focus missile attack multiplies damage 1.5, increases missile damage by 20%. Just take another AP charge. Flash shot, you don't really need. Double punch. This is good, but I have to switch her thing to have the same type. So I'll switch her weapons. Terror shot, assault link R. Oh, he can use his machine gun. You might as well get that. I was saving it, but he doesn't really need me to. These guys I'll look at in a little while. Execute your orders. You should be moved to tears. What's the matter? You look so down. Same as usual. Everyone made it here by following you. You've been mopping around with that face for 3 years now. Oh, sorry. How could I forget our one missing comrade? Dang, I know it's tough, but it's been 3 years. If you don't let go, he'll never rest either. Come on, cheer up. They'll make fun of the Strike Wyverns if you don't. You two knew each other before getting sent to the same home? Well, all the more reason not to let him down. It's an honor to be scouted by you, Captain. I'll give it my all. I think you'll find me useful. Please put me on active duty. Well, maybe. Let's see who else I can find to recruit. And then I'll look at the... First Lieutenant Fang, have you used the survival simulator? It's similar to the training menu you saw at Fort Manus. The computers on the ship have the power to handle many tasks. It took time, but we're ready for the pre-opening show now. The system here has the same simulators from Fort Manus. Why don't you see how far you can get? Well, I completed a run of it. Hey Captain, didn't you see you around much? You may think no one's to fight here, but that's changed. Satellite uplinks in place. You can fight other military teams. So how about it? Just your might just once? Not right now. With that sharp look, you give a girl shivers. What? Girl, this is a professional setting. You can't be saying all that. Please. Cannot be carrying on like that. Crewman's quarters. Let's see who else we can recruit. I wouldn't mind having another mechanic. Or maybe another... Yeah, another launcher guy. Hey, did you see the media? The stuff about Cicada Industries? Saw that already happened? Yeah, the government have finally acknowledged it, haven't they? What an awful story. They admitted our friends from Huffman were guinea pigs. There were rumors during the war that shady stuff was going on. Yeah, it's because of that guy. That journalist, Frederick Lancaster wrote a book about it. It's crazy people consider him a journalist. You know he's a terrorist, right? You know he joined a terrorist organization during the Huffman conflict, right? It's a good war correspondence. His book was a bestseller, right? It's funny that they managed to hush this up despite him getting the information out there. Subsequently, this information will be lost to history. Those worms got rich off turning our friends into pickled brains. They tried to justify it, but are they any different from Cicada? Everyone wants money. They were just lucky enough to get some. Well, we risk our lives and make an average salary. They're in an office with a fat paycheck using a keyboard. If I ever see them, I'll give them one nice big punch. That'd be good. Yeah, maybe we'll take this guy. I could use another missile guy. Practice is getting tedious. Hope we'll get along, First Lieutenant. Might have done well money-wise, yada yada. This guy's also a launcher, but I can't recruit him. First Lieutenant, you came here to train? A trick to scouting? I don't know any tricks, just check and choose people. The guy sitting over there? He's not working out, but he's hiding the machine. If you point it out, he'll say, I'm training right now. Why not use the next one over? And so on. Shut up, I've got nothing to do with you. I'm. What do you think of him? Wenzer combat is based on teams. You can't do anything alone. Even if you're skilled, if you play it on your own, you're a worthless pilot and you'll get end of negative value to your platoon. Skill doesn't matter. We don't need those who lack teamwork. You got it? I kind of agree. Huh? I'm training right now. Why not use the next one over? Another mechanic? Do you have attachments? I'll recruit this guy. I can always fire him later. I'm sick of this warship. Hope we'll get along, First Lieutenant. That was all the people here, right? Michael Yoshida. Assault. I don't really need an assault. Gunner. Maybe? Raymond Way. First Lieutenant Fang. The trick to scouting? Scouting is how you get necessary personnel for your team. Determining who's necessary is the difficult part. Your needs are based on whether you're on assault or defense. Strikers, assaults, gunners, and launchers are assault types. Those four are a handful, though to sort out when you're giving orders. For example, let's say you made a platoon of 6 strikers. You'd have a CQB specialist team. In that case, you'd rely on items to restore damage. If you took the risk, you would have the highest attack power. Having free reign over your unit roster is a commanding officer's privilege. Since you're new to it, work on platoon organization for now. First Lieutenant Fang, you want to know the trick to scouting? Scouting is a way to increase your roster of pilots. Problem is you can only have 6 Wanzers in your platoon. Some pilots will be in your reserves. You get a headache from trying to train your reserve pilots. Of course, you can train them in the simulator. It's a real bother to train everyone there. If you train everyone, as each person differs in talent, it doesn't mean that every pilot will become an expert. When you need fresh talents, you should fire an old pilot, right? You should scout a pilot with high base stats to your team. But you're already familiar with the pilots that you trained. If they're well experienced, that would outweigh the abilities of pilots you can scout. Whether you create a team suited to the mission or for long term, it's up to you as a commanding officer. Hey Fang, huh? You want to know the trick to scouting? Oh, that's right, you made Red leader. Well, it's not hard. Just make a platoon you want to use. Use all the same jobs or organize skills in any way you'd like. Look at your pilot's traits and set up their links accordingly. Make a platoon that suits your tactical needs. But I've got a warning for you. If you discharge a pilot from your team, you won't be able to recruit them again. It's in the management rules. A soldier who's been told off won't save the commanding officer who did it. So scouting and dismissing pilots just for fun will leave you without anyone to fill your ranks. I'm sure you understand. It's just like normal life. My unit's good at repairs since if you die, the mission ends. If the mission drags on and you still live, you might make it. If you have more mechanics, the damage taken can be controlled, depending on the mission. There's cases where jammers or launchers aren't very useful. You can only deploy 6 Wanzers, so there's no room to mess around. My team's good at assaults. It's never good to drag out a battle after all. Even in a fast mission clear, you'll still get experience. Same deal when setting up, but choosing pilots is tough. If your units are no good, you will fail missions. Make sure to give your pilots proper training. Building a team that suits your command style is how you win. Thanks for the hydrate. Let's take a look at our Wanzers. So do the recruited pilots come with Wanzers? You finally got the new parts we ordered in those containers. We don't have to use those old parts any longer. You must be happy too, right? Yeah, you never change, huh? But I know that's not the real you. Your ride is always the most damaged one after a mission. With the trust your men have in you, I can see how you fight. Although you made team leader 3 years after recruitment, how about trusting your friends? I want to ask about your past, but keeping yourself cooped up like that won't save your men. Oh, so I can only have 6 Wanzers, but I can have extra pilots? That's a little bit interesting. Pilot cannot be changed. Oh, so I can switch out these 4. I'm gonna think about that. Buy a better cross. with the frost. Repair light. I should have him repair too. Kind of rather have an item. Item turbo. Sensor EMP. I could use another repair person, but I don't know if I want to split up the roles that much. Well, let's start with his. Let me give him... Here, wait, hold on. But you unequip that. And where's she? And her, she needs the same weapon type on both hands. To do the double punch. So then you can take this thing. Oops. So, was it explained as to why he didn't make the cut and all the lag I was facing? That was a different cut. He did get into the Strike Wyverns. It was like a tiered selection. So, I'm not really clear on what they were recruiting for there, but he did actually get in. Upgrade. Deadshot. What does Deadshot do? Attack up. Yeah, I'll take this. Can I not, like, see the... oh, whatever. Left hand... I can't upgrade this. Shoulder weapon is too heavy. So what if I repair light? That's still too heavy for him to carry. But I can increase the range of his item backpack. Output a lot higher. Attack down, AP cost down, ammo down. That's not really worth it. But it's 3 hits instead of 2. But if I upgrade it, it's a little bit better. But it still has less ammo. What are the other choices here? I could go for grenades. Yeah, okay. I don't have enough money though. Hold on, let me sell all these spare parts. Move up, weight way up, evasion, defense. That's the armor coating. Weight of 10, but output up by 29. Okay. So let's try... yeah, let's have one do one big missile, and then the other do a bunch of small missiles. So let's actually take the Donkey DX and upgrade it. Let's sell these two. Yeah. So one one shoulder shoots a bunch of missiles, and then the other shoots one big missile. And this is longer range. He could actually, he has enough spare room to carry repairs too, but unless he runs out of missiles, I don't think that's ever going to be worth it. And then he can't carry spare missiles, actually, so that's definitely not worth it. What about you, actually? Turbo. Is Turbo with no item? I'd rather have her repair late. She can do the repair. She's often kind of free. Fine, equip. Yeah. So she can split up between repair and melee. I think that's a good way to handle it. Let me check everybody's items. Who can I have for grenades, though? She technically does have a lot more space. But that's a little bit too much, I think. What do the grenades look like? No, grenades are still too heavy. Never mind. Maybe this one. I don't want to pile her up with too much weight if she's going to be the melee person, though, because that'll affect her ability to dodge. Can't upgrade that. That's already upgraded. I'll keep these spares around there. It's a good selection, but I probably won't need them. Last shot. So I'll need to have her practice repairing. He's already got a lot of good melee skills. It would be helpful if he could learn Switch, because he could actually use it. How much? Where's Walter? So Switch takes 3 slots? I could fit it in. I'll do the simulator later. Officers' quarters. Let's look around. I assume one of these quarters is Fang's, right? Because he's a commanding officer. Phew. There's another operation. It's classified, but there's a huge budget behind it. We say human lives are valuable, but at one heli costs as much as 2 to 3 per people's monthly salaries. Ugh, my stomach's hurting. Crazy thing for her to say. Gary Sato? Yo, Fang, what do you want to know? Modeling. Mechanics and repairs, jammers. I don't think I need any of these. Oh, First Lieutenant Fang. I don't know how many times I've had to say this, but ask permission before entering a superior officer's room. At some point, I'll snap. It's getting ridiculous. Entering quietly and standing behind someone's back, it's not just rude, but frightening too. Wow, jeez. I just came to talk to you. God, calm down. That's why you should load your melee fighters with lots of weight. They should be slow to move. Well, I don't want them. I want them to get hit less. I want them to be dodging attacks. Collins sent you here since he couldn't wait anymore, right? What an impatient guy. There's still 8 minutes left. He was always like that. People who don't change much are rare. You've changed a bit, Walter. I don't think so. It's only been 3 years since Randy died, eh? Why, jeez, you didn't have to go cut right to the chase there. I was shocked you joined my unit. You seemed a bit different, but I recognized you quickly. The trademark scar on your cheek? We used to hang out back then. That's getting a little too personal. See, this is a little bit fraternizing. This is... You're breaking the rules. Regulations. Lynn, raise your chair. Yeah, she is kind of a little shorter than... She should kind of bump the chair up just a bit. It's not really lined up correctly with her her keyboard. It was fun. Do you think I've changed? Randy's the one who's changed? Well, I shouldn't say that. He changed in a very particular way. You're saying I haven't changed? You can be honest. When Edward was recruiting, you and Randy left the home to follow in his footsteps. Seemed like many at the home were doing it, so I wanted to join. But for myself back then, always cooped up in my room reading, that was an incredible ordeal. I tried everything, groping for a chance to succeed. But the military standards were high. My past was a problem. So I threw it away. That was the only way. I have no regrets. I'm here today because of that. Sorry for wasting your time. I should get started with the briefing. Everyone's waiting. I'll head over once I'm finished sending this data. They should be hit more, not less? Why? That doesn't sound like sensible tactics. I think less is usually preferable. Was the unit commander there? What? You didn't go and find her? Don't tell me you found her, but... Oh, she's here. Great job, Walter. Big Brother will give you some candy. Big Brother's favorite. Oh, fever. You sure lucky, little Walter. Oh, she's rushing over. Break through. Touchdown! Man, why aren't you laughing? I don't want to hear this briefing. I'm curious where the hell we're going. If the Huffman conflict already cleared, it's not like we could be going to Alderest with the USN. They weren't involved in that. Kiribati. Some stuff I'm unfamiliar with. Otis, hello. Hades and also poses a threat to destroy
島の周囲には対空砲が設置され、2カ所ある揚陸ポイントには迎撃施設もあり、侵入は容易ではない。
So this isn't from any of the other games. This is new, right?
まず空挺降下班が先行し、
This isn't related to any of the events of
その後強襲揚陸班が上陸し、敵兵力を殲滅。
Are you my friend? I'm doing good.
フェン、コリンズ。
Yes, sir!
Although tragically our friend Randy
いつも
died.
通りだ。役割を決めておけ。
Yes, sir!
海岸制圧後、前期は速やかに島中心部へ進行し、
English there?
本作戦目標である各ポイントを
So that's how you know this is hardcore military shit. They call it, they use sir instead of ma'am.
撤収は空挺部隊により行われ
Because she's
る。
a commanding officer. Poor Randy. Yeah, tragically, he didn't make it out of Huffman.
以上だ。何か質問は？よろしい。作戦開始は3週間後。これより本艦はコンディションイエローを発令する。レベル4で待機。 準備を始めろ。今すぐだ。
That's how the Russian troops in Front Mission Roll 2, they call their commanding female officers sir. That's how you know they're serious. Depending on your approach, your mission will differ. Either way, you'll be expected to destroy all enemy units, but you'll face less of them if you do an airborne raid. You'll engage the turrets though. The drop points will be dispersed, so each unit is on its own. If you do an assault landing, you won't face the turrets, but you'll face more Wanzers as the enemy will be alerted. Troop distribution is concentrated, so they'll try to overwhelm us. Pick the approach that suits your team best. Why are you giving me that dumb look? Pick an option. There's 2 approaches to this mission. Yo Fang, it's been 3 years since you came here. You made team leader and you have a real unit to command. Isn't it time you let the whole thing about Randy go? Oh man. If you're always like that way, it's going to affect your command. I'll let you figure this out. If you don't have enough men, why don't you recruit some more? Are you using your data board? Pilots you can scout will have a mark beside them. Don't pass up the good ones. I'm more concerned about roles than quality. A drop? That's Halo, right? Halo! With Master Chief? I suck at them. While you're dropping in 0G, don't you feel like throwing up? Here's Lieutenant Fang. Let's do the assault landing. Sliding onto the beach is cooler. The rumors? I listened to the instructor's talks while I was in training. It seems there's a Spec Ops special training program. It gathers experience in combat. What kind of soldier do you think this rumored student was? She seemed like she was just a normal girl. Her training focused on man-to-man combat. Although she was a novice, her abilities were above average. Instructors thought she was an elite agent from intelligence. The speed she learned at was acceptable. What are you talking about, Maria? At first, instructors could easily beat her, but it didn't last. It only took her 4 days to reach that level. We'll be attacking a secret base? Same as always, we get the flashy jobs. Alright, let's give them hell. I like the location. If we do it out there, we might get leave in Hawaii. Yeah, I wonder. The operational sequence in the briefing has been planned out. We'll be in enemy territory, who knows if there'll be accidents. Whatever happens, we've planned enough to be able to adapt. Master Chief in the shoulder. Grenades and rockets. I wonder if I should have somebody pick grenades. I'm already kind of spread out between 6 Wanzers. I feel like 6 is a good number. In 3, they mostly had you run with 4 Wanzers. And then in 4, you had like... I guess it was closer to a team of 6. They weren't that particular about it. Anyway, let me save. I'll start winding down. It's a Halo jump payout. Yeah, I know. It's just funny to say. I mean, that also they also did that in Halo. When he gives them the bomb back. Sure, finishing this fight. Anyway, that'll be all for today. In 30 minutes, we'll be in the Discord watching a movie. We're gonna be watching an old monster movie. It Came From Beneath the Sea. Besides that, I'm planning a collab. Hopefully it'll be later this week. But if you want to stay informed, be in Discord or on the Twitter. Actually, let me get a Discord link. Hold on. It Came From Beneath the Sea, so did I. That's crazy. Maybe related to it. But it's it in capital letters. But yeah, hop in the Discord if you want updates or you want to join the watch-alongs. We watch, on Saturdays we watch Tokusatsu. On Sundays we watch anime, and on Mondays we watch movies. On Saturday I'll be playing more Xenogears, and next Monday I'll be playing more Front Mission. And yeah, I'll post on Twitter if there are any updates about collabs. But I was trying to get... There's a game I wanted to play, so I was trying to get a collab together. But yeah, besides that, that'll be all for today. Thanks to everyone who stopped by, said hello, all the friends, all the lurkers. But for now, I'm gonna find somebody to raid. If Twitch will load. Oh, Hoshi's live. Yeah, I'll go raid Hoshi. He's cute. Unless he's not like ending, is he? He's been live for 11 hours. I can't tell if he's ending or not. I don't know, let's just raid him. I'm sure it'll be fine. We'll get the raid message. But yeah, copy that raid message. I might start the stream earlier in case he ends. But okay. I'll see you guys later. Bye bye.